Hopefully week last week. This week's gonna be, back to a full week. So strap in. We also have um the first earnings starting today. Or not today, this Friday, right? Bank earnings start this Friday. So we're starting to get into earnings season. So a little bit of volatility possibly picking up in the market. See the VIX is actually caught uh, a little bit of a pump here, sitting at around almost 15 now. Calendar open. Um, so a little bit of increased volatility coming into the market, possibly with that, right? Just people kind of preparing. Basically, what happens during earnings season is, especially with how the market has performed, and we can look. We could take a peek at. I like to look at this FinViz map just to look at the year-to-date performance, and you can see, we've got some pretty high performers. Microsoft up 40, Apple up 46, Nvidia almost up 200, right? Google 35, Amazon, Tesla's up over 100%, right? We've got some strong performers. So coming into these earnings, people start to buy some puts, right, to kind of hedge against their gains, right? So let's say you're long Tesla, and let's say you're long Tesla from, let's look at Tesla real quick. Let's say you're long from, let's say, 200, right? And we're up at 274. So let's say you'll buy some puts just in case Tesla starts to come down. You've been giving up some of your gains, but you'll also be kind of hedging against that downside, or kind of protecting against that downside. And so that's something that a lot of people will do, that will cause the VIX to rise, right? Because the VIX is the measure of people buying puts in the market. So um, it doesn't always, a high VIX doesn't always mean that the market is going to go lower, or people buying puts doesn't necessarily mean that the market is going to go lower, right? Because people are wrong all the time. But it does give us a signal that we should probably exercise a little bit of caution should we see the VIX continue to elevate in the coming sessions, right? So let's go ahead and switch back to the ES. As we can see here on the monthly, right, we're still one time framing higher. If you took a peek at the trade view, and I'll start making them again now that I'm having more time. It's hard to make them during. Well, the way I made this new one actually won't be very hard, so I'll just start making them again. Basically, it just gives you kind of an outline, and really outlines all the questions that I ask myself every day before I trade. So if you're looking for a place to start, or having trouble kind of getting in that routine, this is definitely something that can help. Um, so I recommend taking a look at it. Morning doped, morning pump. Um, it's under the market structure trade plan tab, and then there's um, it's the first one, Bitcoin Brad market analysis. Just scroll up a little bit and you'll see the trade view 7/9/23, and then click on it, and then it basically just has like a bunch of pages in it, and it starts top down. So it starts from the monthly, goes all the way down to the profiles. And it's not going to give you like any key answers as far as like, should I get long or short today? What it is going to give you is some perspective on what I think the market is doing. And right, remember that I'm not always correct, but it does give you a baseline to at least kind of make your own assumptions. So what I recommend is taking that and maybe just using it as a template if you're having trouble kind of setting your baseline trade plan. Erase all the answers. I actually typed all the questions in that I asked myself and then answered them. So take those questions and then give them your own answers, and then maybe compare and contrast. And then there's a spot right below where I posted that, um, called TPO certified trade plans, and that's where I'd love to see you guys post your trade plans. I know we've been posting them in accountability. I think a lot of people have been posting them in accountability, but those trade plans, TPO certified trade plans, is a good place to start that. And then daily trading plans, Thomas has been posting his in there. If you guys haven't checked that out, that's definitely a good spot to start checking out. But yeah, so as far as the monthly goes, right, we are making higher lows. So here's the low, right? Here's a higher low. Here's another higher low. This was our first higher high. This was our second higher high. So we still have this area up here, right? Not a real straight line. It's closer to 4,600. And then this is our current low. So this is kind of the range that we're in right now, right? As far as the monthly goes. So pretty big range. You're talking close to 4,600 all the way down to about 4,050. So pretty big range on the monthly. In order to see some change, or in order for monthly to kind of instruct us that we need to be a little bit more cautious and not be looking for these pullbacks, would be a break of this trend line, right? We have a nice strong trend line, but a real break of that 4,300 I think is going to cause some downside. And just we want to be exercising a little bit of caution. If we take the previous month's range and measure it, as far as 50% goes, halfway down would be 43.41. That's why I'm saying if we get below that 4,300 and start to hold below there, then we got to be careful of a retest down of that previous month low. On the weekly, you can see we're balancing for 4 weeks. Yet last week was a shortened week, so it's tough to say if the market was done doing what it wanted to do, right? Is it finished with the old business? It was only a 3-day week, so a lot of times either people just don't trade or just didn't get enough time to kind of do what they wanted to do. But we have pretty clear defined balance with this little gap below that shows up on the Thinkorswim chart. But as we're trading in balance, right, balance rules are going to apply on a larger scale. So should we break this high or continue higher, remember that you don't want to lose track of the bigger picture, right? Because we may pop and get a bit of this on a daily chart, but on a weekly chart, the weekly bar might just look like this, right? And then we get caught up trying to get short because we get a lot of down days, but in reality, the week just keeps moving higher. We go here, here, and then here, and then here, and then here, right? So that's a way that you want to maintain a little bit of perspective. We have a pretty clear defined equilibrium up here at the top. It's kind of like that 44.90 level. It seems to be a pretty key level that we've had 3 weeks tap. So definitely a level that we want to pay attention to if the market is going to be able to get above there, right? It's pretty far away at this point, but still nonetheless pay attention to it. On the daily here, and in the trade view, I included the daily on the 24-hour session, right? Just because it was looking a little bit cleaner. And this is something that I'll do sometimes is I'll look at the 24-hour session just to see if it looks a little bit cleaner. And you can see this is today's session so far, but you can see we pretty much, so this is Thursday and Friday here in this box. We had a little 2-day balance, right? And so we're going to use that Thursday's low as a balance area low You can see today we kind of had that peak below, and we're coming back into the meat of this session. We want to, pay attention to some of these levels, but that Thursday's low is really going to be a key level for me today. Should the market be able to stay above that, then I think that there's good odds that we're trading back up to that 40-50, which has been a very key area that the market's going to need to stay above if it wants to get any upside and kind of test up to that upper distribution. Now, switching over to the profiles here, you can get a little bit clearer look of what I'm talking about. As you can see, here's Thursday's low, and then here's that 40-50, which is a very wide, high volume nodule, right? And so should the market want to get any upside and get back up to these untouched settles, I'm assuming that it's going to have to get above that 40-50 and start to accept above that 40-50. And that would make sense because we have Thursday's value here. Friday's value is a little bit overlapping to higher. We get back up towards that value area high. And if you looked in the trade viewer, I wrote 50 to 60, and that's the reason. So get accepted up above here, then there's decent odds that we can catch a nice little 20-pointer up, maybe even 30, up into that 90, 80, 90 region where we have some untouched settles. So that's kind of my thought process behind that. Is that going to happen today? Who knows, right? And we could be getting some more downside today. Let's do a little bit of a review of Friday first, right? Friday just seemed to find some buyers off of the open. Look to be short covering, put in a poor high, so that's a weak level heading forward. And then we got that liquidation and ended about 3 ticks below the close. We did end the day on a spike, so spike rules are going to be in play today. That spike is basically at the settle 34. You can see we're trading basically right at the low, which was 31. Spike rules are stating, should we stay below the spike, then we should trade in the direction of the spike, right? So the spike should act as resistance until it holds above, and then it should act as support. So we kind of have an easy trade plan today. As far as this goes, we have overnight inventory 100% net short, but we're opening basically at the settle, so we can kind of assume it's taken care of. So if we're able to get above this 40-40 here, we'll see how it tests. And then we'll be looking to kind of maybe nail a long inside here somewhere to take it up to that 40-50, 40-60 area. That's going to be kind of look number, well, depending upon where we open. We still have about 15 minutes. Look number 1 or look number 2, right? If we open below the spike, then we're really just looking for this to fail inside here, get back below yesterday's low, and go with that. And then that target is going to be that 1950, that T1 low. Now, if we break below that T1 low, and you can see this profile on the right side is only a 7-day profile, so it's not including the rest of this. But if we break below that T1 low, we do have the Globex low, which is a little bit lower. But we have a poor low and into some single print. So there is some liquidity down here still that the market may be targeting. And that will be kind of the target should we break that Thursday's low. And I'm kind of assuming that the way we get down there is if we break this 1950, we start to see some liquidations come out, because I have to assume that we had some buyers in the market Friday, some momentum buyers in the market Friday, right, that got stuck when smart money liquidated. So I'm assuming that there's some long money still stuck here. There's some long money still stuck here. You can see where that big volume nodule is at. So a break of this lower balance probably brings out liquidation, and that makes sense to bring it back down to where we know there's some liquidity. Now that's not necessarily gonna it's not necessarily gonna be like the doomsday where it's like, oh shit, the market's crashing, right? You really got to maintain focus with these kind of things and understand, Morning Roach, Morning Tobias, and understand that a point move or a 2-point move or a 3-point move, right, is really nothing, right? And so we can't be getting like too attached to these to price, right? When we see the market move a point two three, right, and nothing has really changed, that's more or less being price addicted, and that's something that we want to stay away from. Morning, Infinity. Um, you know what I mean? Like, because in reality, as long as the market's inside this distribution, really nothing's changed, right? And so, and I'm drawing the low of that distribution at that 1950. So, if the market's just doing this, well, there's really no change, and so we don't want to get too crazy attached to every single tick. Like we say, price is only an advertising mechanism. It doesn't really mean anything, and typically the traders that are following price or trading price are the ones that are going to get burned the most often. Um, so stay patient, wait for some possible change to come into the market, and then execute your trading plan. Right. Couple more things we want to take a peek at. I have this on the other screen full size. If we take a peek at the COT report, we can see we had a big short position taken off, and this is as of the third, so this data is not really super useful. And you can see they added long on the by the third, and then leverage funds added short as well. We still have a pretty wide margin of leveraged money, 73% short, long money 77% long, or big money and dumb money, right? You can kind of see it down here, dealer, portable, and other. So you can still see a pretty wide discrepancy between the two. Oftentimes, when we start to see them coming back together, right, you really haven't seen asset managers take profit, but you have seen some leveraged money forced to close some shorts out here, and that could be causing a little bit of this upside. So it's just something that we want to be cautious of, nonetheless, right? Just be paying attention to a little bit. And then as of the third, right? So the third was this holiday session here. And so we can assume the first day of that week was the 27th. So if big money was closing a short position, that could have been the cause of this big gap to the upside. Um, and that makes it a pretty key area for me to pay attention to, right? Is this gap here. And I mean, it's pretty much this 34 to this 60 area. So as long as we're really below that 60 area, it kind of makes me think, well, if they're just selling, or they're just covering shorts up here, they're not actually buying up here. That makes me think that we can kind of continue moving lower, and just makes me exercise caution. Basically, makes me understand that I need to be a little bit more careful if we're trading down in these ranges. But other than that, that is pretty much it. We do have some Fed speakers today, so maybe some volatility, maybe not. It is the summertime. We've got bank earnings coming in on Friday, like I said, so there's um, a lot of questions on the table still about the banking sector. Morning, Lecker. Morning, Steve. It, there's a lot of unanswered questions when it comes to the banking sector, and they're still not really sure of, you know well, I'm not really sure if I believe in the banks yet. We kind of had that SVB thing, and then a bunch of other banks started to show weakness, and the Fed seems pretty committed, and that, as they have been, to raising rates. If you look at the Fed funds rate tool, right, they don't really look like they're going to be shuttering here anytime soon. They don't look like they're going to be um, They don't look like they're going to be not raising rates or cutting rates, as a lot of people were kind of trying to put into perspective or trying to price into the market. So if we had priced in all these cuts and the market is higher, well, that may mean that the market's going to have to come down to adjust to what's actually happening. Not a certainty or anything like that, but just something that we definitely want to be to. Yeah, other than that, we've got about 7 minutes. If anyone's got any questions or has any other thoughts that they want to share, definitely type up. So,
So basically we had those like 3 days at the high. Let me see what that is. Like beginning of end of the month, beginning of the new month, right? And then we had the huge gap lower. We went up, tested that those few days, closed the gap, and now we're opening up way lower. Does that like give you? It seems like they tried to get back up there and then just failed. Um, does that like give you? It just seems like we should go down, I guess, based on that
yeah,
thought.
I agree. And especially the COT report was kind of telling us that big money was short covering in this range up to the third. And so it seems like they brought it back down and this was just short covering again. And then momentum traders got stuck and then liquidated. And now we're back here. So basically what I'm like, I'm not ruling out upside, right? We never want to just pick one side and say that's the way it's going to go, of course. Um, also, I was up like all fucking night. Um,
I saw you sent an email at like freaking 3:30 a.m. or something.
yeah, well, I had a trade on and I couldn't sleep, so I was like,
I just
but
thought it was pretty
um, I was I was like thinking about these three P's, but basically um, like trying to predict puts us in problems, right? And so what we do is we plan, prepare, but we don't predict. That's what it was. So and that's one thing like that I always try to stay away from. And if you ever listen to me, I'm always trying to talk about both sides of the market because it really is possible. You know what I mean? Like there's never like, okay, this is what's gonna happen. It's it's lovely when the market does what it should do, and that's great, but it doesn't always. And so the more we try to predict or kind of try to assume, it really puts a problem in our trading. Um, and that's why I'm always that's
But
why it's very difficult for me to be a long-term trader, I think, because like I get so attached to an idea, especially if I'm trading long term, that I'm like, oh, this thing's just going to keep going, and a pullback comes, you're like, yeah, and it's going to recover, and then just a fucking spiral of death. but but yeah, I do agree. And so the thing that I'm looking for today, TJ, is really, are they going to short cover again from here? And will we get that pop from that? And will that pop hold us above the 50 or not? The 50-60 area. And if it doesn't, then I think that's an opportunity to fade from up there, right? From like that 40 to 50. I think there's opportunity even if we get a pop and we can't, we start to see the market slow down. I think we can probably try to fade that back towards that 19-20 area, because I think you're right. I think the market's weak up here, and I don't think. I mean, we're heading into earnings season. I don't have an earning calendar on me, but I know the bank. I know the banking sectors are reporting earnings this Friday. I know Tesla's next week. Actually, here I think I do have a calendar. Calendar. Here we go. I do have one. So we've got, what's today, the 10th? Yeah, so we've got BlackRock earnings, Citibank, JP Morgan, United Health, Wells Fargo. Um, And then next week, um, we've got a couple more bank stocks Tuesday. We've got Netflix and Tesla next week on Wednesday. So some pretty decent sized names. Then we get Google the following week, Meta, then where's Apple at? Apple's the last week of the first week of August, it looks like. Um, so we're coming into this earnings season, and to me that kind of seems like, why would I be buying here? I have an opportunity to kind of just maybe sell the market um, into earnings and then buy it for a lower price, right? Especially with a lot of people probably starting to buy, these names like Tesla, Netflix, expecting really good earnings and expecting the market to continue higher because people are creatures of habit and just trading the price. But I think you're right, and I think we timed honestly the top perfectly. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, if we do start to hang up above 50, 60, then there's good odds that we start to go back to the high and we kind of have to abandon that thought process, right? But I am thinking
Right.
very very similar along those lines. ESMC 10% decrease in sales. Yeah, I think these earnings are going to be shit, to be honest with you. But who knows? We've got about 30 seconds, and we're going to be close to opening up here on a gap lower. So, very small gap. But remember, gap rules are in place. So if we don't close that gap, there's some opportunity there, especially with low risk. There's our bell. We get an immediate downside auction back above the open. They're looking to close that gap. $31.75 was the low. There's the gap fill. Now let's see if they can play above the spike here. Strong market to start here. All of our sector boxes real green here to start the session. Ick opened up pretty neutral. Breath opened up pretty neutral as well. Decent sized trader at that 36 there.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Dad.
Morning.
Nasdaq looks strong here. Already above its Globex high. ES about to break its Globex high. Dow's above its Globex high here. The market's starting off with a pretty strong Monday here.
I got P counts in one of the bots. We'll see if it gets in. It may not get in. It got in. So one of the bots is inputs.
This was looking really strong too.
There's a lot of bank earnings this week. JP Morgan, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, Black.
Yeah, on Friday.
Oh, the other bot's getting P counts. So it should get in a second too.
I forgot to refresh this. Well, no.
Yep, second bot got in. Both bots are inputs. Different strikes for AMD, but oh, and different strikes for. Oh no, not different strikes for.
Nvidia, Microsoft, and Apple all making a low right here. Not below the overnight low, even though Nvidia's given it its good effort here, but Microsoft is below its overnight low. Microsoft actually opened up on a gap lower. And continuing. Apple catching a little bit of a bid. See the POC shift up. Basically right at the Globex high here. Failure to hold above this Globex high would be kind of a weak look and maybe bringing us back down to that settle. So be careful if you took a long on that re-break of the gap.
AMD and NVIDIA are bouncing a little bit back up to VWAP.
Oh, Nvidia cut a big bounce, yeah. $2. Still some buyers in the market here. They need to offer this thing below the 36. If they want, well, I mean, that's basically at the settle at that point, but that's really where the sellers are stuck from, 36. Back to the high. The buyers are still out here. Looks like we'll probably go up and hit that 50 maybe. The it's kind of opening drive here. Maybe the 44, 44. Our financial section kind of leading the day today. Technically flat. Starting to come down here a little bit, or financial starting to come down here a little bit, excuse me. The longer it holds below this Globex low, or Globex high, excuse me, the better odds that it trades back to the settle. So if you're long, right, and you're long up here at the high, just be careful, right? If it starts to hang out below this Globex low, you'll probably want to tighten up a little. I'm not saying that I think it's going to go down, but I'm just saying be aware. Healthcare catching a little bit of a bid here, trying to.
NVIDIA caught an offer. Not sure it's gonna hold. It's definitely dropping. Nasdaq's pulling off its high.
Yeah, see, it's interesting today. We got the ES, the Dow, and the Nasdaq all trading real similar, trading at the highs here. But the Russell, outperforming big time. Russell's up 0.72. almost 3 times as, or about 3 times as much as the other 3 indexes, which is kind of showing some sector rotation. You've got Apple, AMD, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, Tesla, all red.
But the sector's green. That's kind of crazy, right?
Well, rotation. That's the thing. So like,
What do you mean?
if we look over here at like Market Watch here, and we go to like a visualization, let's go to our S&P 500. Well, you can see the rotation by this screen, right? You've got the big boys all red, right? Meta's green. Meta's red from the open, but it's green from its weekend open. So let's not. I guess it's actually red. But you're getting like Walmart, Pepsi, Coke, Procter Gamble, MRK, Johnson and Johnson, Visa, Mastercard, J.P. Morgan, Home Depot, McDonald's, Starbucks, Nike, TJ Maxx, right? All of these are green, but the big boys are red. So it's that push and pull that's on the market right now. And so when we have something like this, there's that settle. This is kind of one of those kind of key situations where you're like, well, who's going to win, right? And so now we're starting to see some sectors go red, and consumer discretionary, right, is typically, well, actually, consumer staples is typically a risk off look. So if we see consumer staples stay green and our top 4 start to go red, well, that's going to kind of give us our risk off look, and then we kind of expect a two-way market.
Oh shit.
We're not really expecting a super trendy market naturally, just because, I mean, look at the market, right? The breadth is very, very neutral, very tight range, 13 points to start the session. And we've got our sector boxes real green. We got that big move up already, but what we need to see is acceptance above the Globex high if we're going to get that upward continuation. We
I
saw it
closed
kind
out
of
the
hold,
bots.
liquidate. Okay.
One of them closed. One of them would have closed automatically. This market thing isn't working quite right. I don't know why, but like my NVIDIA order just sat there. So the exit order just sat there. And then I had to go in and set a limit and put it below the current price, and then it sold. It's kind of, I'm not liking that. That's just happened. I mean, the same thing on the buy. There's one buy that didn't even happen. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No worries.
Yeah, bots out.
One thing I just noticed on kind of like a micro level, all this volume we put in right here in this like 4041, I have a green box right here, and green is for Thursday. So that would be like T2. And then like if I look at the profile for T2, there's that thin spot right here, just in this area. So I don't know, just a little bit of info.
What does that tell us, that green box? Like, what's the significance of it? Is it like a
The green box is what I mark with those 1 minute candles, the liquidity candles. So like
liquidity?
this
Okay.
specific spot was a 1 minute candle, but then like if I just look left at the volume profile for that day, there's a thin spot, for that day right here, and then we put all the volume up above it. So since we come back to here and it's T2, I just kind of wonder if like all the longs that are right here, if they're selling, if we're getting some selling pressure there. I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but.
Does that typically mean if we can't stay above it, then we trade lower?
Yeah, like if it's a resistance until it's not, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I normally don't trade off older zones, but sometimes I just leave them on there to see where it reacts, and just to kind of get insight.
Apple's breaking the low, Microsoft breaking the low, Nvidia breaking the low. Meta's rolling over, still has a pretty decent move from the overnight session, but
Yeah, if we can trade over that 42, I would think we'd get like a little squeeze. So far, it seems like they've been defending that. That's fine.
yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking that we'd probably trade up to that 44, but they've just been kind of struggling up here, it looks like. And the longer it takes for them to kind of accept above Globex, the better the odds that it keeps rolling over. Because we rolled down, where'd this come down to, like 34, 35, twice. They traded right to the settle, so it was like a mechanical low off the settle. It's just low, 34.50. Yeah, I mean, basically people buying the open there for the prior day's open, it looks like.
Shorts are kind of stuck on like 9.25, 9.5.
Right here?
Yeah, watch.
Yeah.
If they might break it, but they've been stuck a couple times now. They got them now.
NASDAQ already broke its low for the day, right? So
Nasdaq's fucking puking them. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Nasdaq's taking a bath big time. The Dow's holding the market up. You see tech turned red. Like, that's what I'm talking about. You see consumer staples going green here, greener. And if these sectors, our top four, start to turn red, well, that's a risk off look. And that's not really great for the upside. It puts in more rotation. But if we're already up, well, then the rotation is going to be to the downside, right? Naturally. I kind of think we're coming down to 24, 25, 26 area.
Yeah, I was looking at 24 too. 24 looks good. Unless, I don't know. Unless we get real weak.
Come on, Nasdaq. Nasdaq's actually coming into a little bit of support already now, so the Dow didn't even look down. But the Nasdaq's coming into a little support. It's at that T2 low right now. A little bit of support here for the Nasdaq, so you could catch a bid here. The Dow stays strong and the ES stays, above the settle. You could catch a little bit of a bid. we're not below the open or anything, so there's no liquidation. I took a short from 39, but I already closed it. I closed it at 35. I was just trying to like scalp that spot. That's why when Roach was like, shorts are stuck here. I was like, fuck. I hope not.
They did get stuck there. I was a little late when I called it out there. They already bounced off it a couple times, but a bunch of them piled in, probably right when you were selling it. I don't know. I don't know when you got short. There was a bunch of them selling it, and they couldn't get it lower, but then they got it.
I mean, it was a low risk. Like 39 against the Globex high was a pretty easy short to just try to scalp back down, you know. But you got the short too, Amir? Nice. Yeah, if we start to hang below this 36 or even this 34, at 28 level, it's kind of like the open, right below the open. But that 26 level is that lower distribution's kind of weak spot. And it is the point of control too, but there's just such a low volume node right there. Right here. I kind of think they need to go up to like 50, 44 or 50 area so they can like, you know, really find the sellers.
Watch this 9-9 quarter again here if they pop it above. Might stick short again.
After we break the Friday's low? Yeah, I think so. I think so, Doped. I think that would be a pretty decent but you just got to be careful because that Friday's low is 31.75 and the open's 30, so you probably find some buyers on the open on a market like this. So you may not get that follow through, and you just got to be ready just to basically call it a day if it doesn't give you what you're looking for. Big divergence here. Oh my gosh. You guys remember when we said last week to short the NASDAQ and long the Russell?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's working out great.
Really?
Really.
Nice.
Like really great.
I wonder how long that'll work.
Oh, it's gonna work until like the end of the month. I don't know, but that's what I think.
Nasdaq's too high.
Yeah. I mean, if Nasdaq's at the highs, like there's so here's kind of a thing that I'm looking at, like that's making, and this is what kind of made me think that the ES was putting in a little bit of a topping cycle, is like if we look at the ES here, right, let's look on the weekly, but you get this kind of this high on the ES came the 626 week, right? We put in that high. And if you look over at the NASDAQ, the high was actually back from 612, and that 626 didn't put in a new high, so it kind of was suffering there. And if you look at the Dow, it's the same thing, right? Dow much lower as well. But if you look at the Russell, and this is the reason I wanted to get long the Russell last week, is the Russell was down here and the NASDAQ was up here. Well, now the NASDAQ's down here and the Russell's up here at the high. So the Russell actually has like a lot more room to go because it's not nowhere near as high as the NASDAQ and the ES were. And so that's what kind of made me think like, oh, you know, maybe we're putting in a little bit of a top on the ES because the NASDAQ and the Dow didn't make a new high. And then with the Russell just having so much room, it just made sense. And Tom Sosnoff's been trying this NASDAQ Russell spread for a while and just getting absolutely smoked. But we waited until the right time to put it on, and it's been working out pretty good. Some shorts trying to get stuck right here, it looks like. They're powered through. Interesting here, we get this downside, but I mean, no real down ticks. No negative ticks here, really. After we've broken above the 0 line, we've stayed above it.
Yeah, almost looks like a bull flag.
Yeah, it does. And we're holding that 50, which we know is acts as a trend a lot of times.
Yeah, watch this 9 quarter again, see if they could pop it. I don't know if they stick shorts on it again.
I think they got stuck down there on that 37 also.
Yeah, short term, I have a lot of my things saying we might go up. Like statistically, like we broke one thing that I always follow to the upside. We took the overnight high, which we know most of the time we don't take both sides of the overnight. We traded above the spike. We filled the gap. So all those things point up. It's just like short term, you know. So trying to keep that in perspective too.
Yeah, and we are short time frame traders for the most part here, like especially like during the day. So it's tough. You kind of get this opinion, you're like, oh, okay, well this is what's happening long term, but how do we trade that? And that's, I mean, that's really what it's all about, is just maintaining that perspective. Don't lose sight of that perspective and you'll be all right. Dow's making a new high here. Nasdaq's catching a little bit of a bid. Healthcare and financials are leading the market higher here. Now we're seeing consumer discretionary catch a little bit of a bid along with tech. So let's see if there's a rotation on this next move. I'd like to see how we act at that 44.
I got long into that 9, but I'm out. Should have held for the break of the high, but I didn't.
Looking for that 4444 still.
Yeah, you almost got it.
Yeah, it's close. I'm thinking about just closing it out right here because it's struggling up there. Contracts. Starting to see the bid come back in here. Weighted AD starting to climb. In the breath on the nicey actually. It's a pretty decent bid.
Where'd you get long, Brad?
37.
37. Nice.
Remember when those sellers got stuck, I decided to try it.
What
Yeah,
made
oh,
you
I know
long?
when you-
I just saw a bunch of sellers get stuck on the 37.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
If B period would have opened and came back down to my entry, I would have closed. Most likely.
Buyers stepping up here, they're having trouble, but I think they're gonna go.
Big area there. 1,000 contracts came through.
Yeah, we're at 43.
Sellers trying to turn them over here. Careful. That 39 half back into play. It's a weak spot there. 39 half.
Yeah, is it a weak spot? It's definitely an
Yeah.
area where I saw, you could see action going on. I'm not sure if it was 9 quarter, 9 half, somewhere in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where that pop from there was short covering.
Yeah,
And then
that I got
it,
one right before 875. I got in. I kind of anticipated it. Took a risk, but it worked out. There you go.
nice.
There's your 44.
I move everything up behind that 43. 4250 is where I have my new stop at.
Okay.
Too bad. 11.5 points to start the day. Power in.
Would you get taken out?
Yeah, I moved my stop up.
Yeah. I know you said. I didn't know exactly where, but
Oh yeah, 40. It was at 4250. It came down.
yeah, nice trade.
Came down and got me.
Nice. Lucky it did anyway. Looks like it's coming back.
Yeah, I figured that would be the spot. I mean, buyers may step up here again, right? They stepped up and held it, took the stops of those upper stops above that 44. So they may try it again here, but it looks like a seller's definitely trying to come in here. Look at the volume profile. You see like 6,000 on the ask and 3,000 on the bid. So you've got like twice as many, supposed buyers, but the market only went up 2 points from there. Another bid there. I see volume show up on the 50 over there too.
Yeah, if you get a bid above that 50-52, should run up. I mean, fairly
Yeah.
easily. I don't know, maybe not, but 58's got 58.60's got a little spot where you might have trouble, but I don't know. That's a big if though, getting above the 51-52, because we might not.
They're definitely trying here. I mean, like,
Yeah.
breadth is almost 3-1. Overall market looks pretty strong. Even tech, after taking a little peek below zero, has come back above. Financials looks real strong.
And I think that 50-52 is a pretty obvious area. You're probably gonna have a lot of shorts come in there. So if they get run over, might be, too easy of a trade.
Right, exactly.
We'll have to see. Like you said, not predicting nothing.
They've got to try to hold it above this 43. That's going to be the key.
I think a lot of people came in with a short bias today, and they're getting stuck. So far, anyway.
The overnight was good for you, Rob? Nice. Watch this 43 level. This is an area where buyers came in heavy. They only popped it like 3 points, so you could get a liquidation from here. And we had trap sellers down to 39-ish, and then 37. There was more stuck shorts.
Looks like there might be some stuck on 41.75 too. I don't know if you see. Not saying to
Oh.
buy that, just I think an offer came in and then a buyer stepped up right after.
Four shorts stuck right there, same spot pretty much. Market profile rules, and I don't know how big of a fan I am of this rule, just because I haven't done the back testing myself, but it is definitely something that I do pay attention to. That if we get two closes of TPOs inside the previous day's range, there's decent odds that we travel to the other side of value, and that would put us back up towards that 60 area. So something we definitely want to be careful of. So if we get two TPOs that close inside the previous day's area, then or inside the previous day's value, a lot of times we're showing acceptance and then we trade to the other side of value, which is the 60 in this case. And we've got about 15 more minutes until B period closes. So B period still could shit the bed, but and like I said, it's not something that I put a ton of faith in, just because I haven't done a lot of back testing in it. But it's definitely something that you want to be paying attention to. Just another rule that can kind of try to keep you on sides.
Yeah, I would say incorporate volume into that and maybe it'll be a little more reliable. Like, you know what I mean? Like, see how much volume they put in.
Right. Yeah.
And then I mean, I don't know much about the TPO anyway, but it's just telling you you're putting a lot of time in there anyway. It's really what it's saying. So if you're not putting a lot of volume in, I don't know, maybe it would mean the opposite. Put a lot of volume in.
Yeah, that's what kind of threw me off about the overnight session is like we've got all this time spent here at this 26, but really not much volume there. I mean, a little bit of volume below and a volume above, but like kind of thinner volume where we spent the most time in the overnight session. It's kind of threw me off. And if we pop it out, you can kind of see how it traded. It kind of traded back and forth across that area. But it looks like sellers, sold here, buyers bought here, and then eventually sellers kind of won out. It was like did the same thing previous. Sellers were selling here, buyers were buying here. Eventually buyers got liquidated. Supply ran out, ran back into that same situation where sellers were selling, buyers were buying. Finally, sellers capitulated this time, and then the market moved higher.
Yeah.
Pretty decent range in the overnight session. 28 points is a pretty decent range for an overnight profile during the summer.
Yeah, they're supposed to go away in May.
Yeah, I don't. That's what they're saying is, I guess. We're not big buyers into
Yeah.
wives' tales.
That's only because it rhymes. Anything that rhymes, they like to say.
Exactly.
Friend, your friend, that shit. Popped right through to 175, but not any trouble at all. But
So you're getting a decent offer actually moving down right there on that 41. 41 half. It's upticked, but look to see for the reoffer because there wasn't a lot of, like right here is kind of a weak spot. If they reoffer this, and we stay below this 43, 44 area, got trap longs on the 44.50, can probably short this. More. Back to the settle. Tough though. Tough to get short. Tough to get short here, right? Market doesn't look weak, that's for sure. We couldn't even trade back down to that 40-40. Let's wait till C period opens up. We only have 10 minutes. If C period opens up with no singles, that'll put us basically like right below this point of control. And I think there's some opportunity to take us back down into the settle. We'll have to wait. I mean, you could be a little bit more advantageous here. If you want to. Just knowing, so, and this is my reasoning behind this, right? Yeah, we're moving up. It's like, hey, why are you fucking shorting a one-time framing strong market? Are you a fucking idiot? Maybe. But we kind of expect resistance in this volume block, right? We kind of expect some selling off of these volume ledges. We got the VPOC here, so we kind of expect some resistance here. So it's just opportune destined here. I mean, the market doesn't look super strong. 2-1, pretty decent, but not amazing. If the Nasdaq was at a tie, then I'd be a little bit more cautious, but Nasdaq is kind of just middle of the range here, so there's some opportunity. I'll be right back.
I was gonna try and take a long, but it didn't quite go as well as I needed it to. I bailed after a point and quarter, I think. No, just 1 point. I lied.
yeah, when we got back above the 1/2, even the 42 even, it was a nice long. That
Well,
was
I
a nice
grabbed it
spot.
at 42 and
Did you?
I
That's a good spot.
got nervous and moved my stop to 43. And then it came and back ticked me and I was like, well, and then I was watching it and I was like, do I want to get back in? And I considered getting back in it when it popped above 44 and then came back. But then in the next candle, it's just not showing me that it wants to go up. So I'm not willing to do it again. I already got bit earlier on a long and then I got in and it came back and hit me.
Yeah.
'Cause I got in
Yeah,
too
I
early,
would
which
say too, just
didn't
my
make sense.
opinion, like so far, until we break out, I won't be looking for like huge winners. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that
And that's
first
just my
trade.
opinion. You do whatever you want.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That first trade, that's the reason why. I mean, I got hit with a 3.5 point stop because I got in and I did, and I mean, it came and gave me, I don't know, a point and a quarter, but then it just wasn't going enough, and so I was like, oh, well, I'll just see, and then that was why I let it do a 3.5 point stop. But if I had just taken my
Yeah.
point and been happy, I would have been fine. But you're right. I mean, that's you freaking nailed it on the head. I should have just been looking for a short play. No long plays right now. This is the kind of day that chews me up. I am up in points right now, but this is definitely the kind of day that chews me up and spits me out. It's a much
Yeah.
harder play.
Yeah, because you get in a nice position and you think, all right, here we go, and then it don't go. It comes back to HL, and then here we
Well,
go again.
honestly, the biggest problem, in my opinion, is I'm not willing to put my stop that far out. I mean, if I had put my
Yeah.
like earlier, if I had put my stop 6 points out or 7 points out, I would have been totally fine. It would have come back, done its back testing, and then it would have gone up, and I would have been totally fine. But I just wasn't willing to do that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
and to be honest, on a day like today, today is not the kind of day you really want to do that because it could reverse at any point.
Yeah, I was saying, instead of taking that much risk, like a 7 point
Exactly.
stop, you just, when it comes back and back tests and doesn't fill, that's when you punch it with the stop where you would have had it, and then it's only a couple points.
And that's kind of that's a play that I still struggle with. I mean, I'm totally good with I get in, I'm in it for 20 minutes and I write it out, and then I get maybe a point, maybe 3 points of heat, and then it goes back my way, and then it goes into profit, and then I'm fine, and then I go 3, 5 points, whatever. But days like this where you can only pull out, and I'm not saying you couldn't pull a 5 point trade out of here, but you would be freaking Johnny on the spot. I don't know how you'd be able to know exactly when to get in and when to get out. But I shouldn't be looking for plays that long. That's my struggle. Is I need to stop on a day like today. I need to stop looking for a long play. I need to go for a short play.
A short play, you mean like a like a trade that's only like 2 or 3 points, not
1.5
not
to
a
3
short,
points.
not a short
Yeah.
trade.
No, not short time.
Right.
I was wondering the same
No.
thing.
No, and in fact, Brad and I were I was talking to Brad over the weekend, and I was looking at my trade performance, and over the entire month, in every account I've ever played over the entire month of June, or from June 1st until I think it was Friday, my average play time was 20 minutes. The average time I was in a trade was 20 minutes in a trade.
Man, that's really long.
So when I say short, I do not mean like 2 minute. I'm
No, I'm
never
talking about
looking
like
for.
I'm talking about like short or long. I'm talking about like are you going to take a short or a
Short.
long?
I see. Yeah,
Yeah, you're talking about time
Mm.
frame of the trade. I'm talking about
Yeah. No, I
directionality.
see.
Yeah.
Now I see what you're saying.
You're confusing
no,
the
I-
audience.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're good.
Excuse me.
When you said short, I thought you were talking about time frame.
No, I knew what you were talking about. That's why I clarified.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I knew what you were talking
no,
about
you're
because
good.
we had talked about it, but
You're good.
I wanted to clarify for everybody else.
What was that, Kev?
Nothing. That's
Oh,
nothing.
okay.
Yeah, that's right. Nothing. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's take a peek at
think he was
Bitcoin. The ES isn't doing shit. So let's see what we can find out here.
I'm just hanging my hat on this BlackRock getting an ETF. That's going to be a huge.
When does it come out?
Who knows? Hopefully next week or two, but it's in that for years. So, but BlackRock's like 595 to 1 or something getting ETFs approved. But there's a shit ton of people in line to get them now. So BlackRock gets it, everybody will get it. It'll be huge. It's just been ranging right this 30,000 mark the last week or two.
Yeah, hasn't been doing much.
Nothing really going on. ETH came down a bit.
Yeah, I saw that.
It was going strong a minute. Shit.
But still, I mean, it's still at a pretty decent level, to be honest. Like,
Yeah, sure.
C periods in 2 minutes might have been late if you waited for C.
Get into the short, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did not get into a short because I would have had to jump out and jump in. I didn't want to do that. I will deal.
Where's the VWAP at? 34? Everything's at 34. That's what I like to hear. The Dow's dipping now. The Dow's almost back to our buy zone. Oh shit. 34.80. 34.080. I think my favorite thing to trade might be the Australian dollar.
You've been killing
why.
that. You've been freaking beating that up like.
It's just so easy to read, I feel like. You guys should start looking at it. It's pretty easy to trade, I feel like. Only thing is, though, that I've been trading it in my TD account so I can hold it overnight. You know what I mean? Like, because if the margin's super low on it, but if you're trading like if you're trading an Apex account, you won't be able to hold it overnight. Or a T3 account, you're not going to be able to hold anything overnight without falling. It's a hassle, so. But sometimes it takes a couple of days to work out. Last night was just lucky that it worked out right away, but. LabFX, I don't know if Paul's in here, but he had a pretty good gold short. I don't know if he's trading like gold or micro gold, but if he's trading regular gold, that's a pretty penny. So that was a really good trade. I mean, even on the micro, it's a good trade. Trade nothing to do with the dollar amount, but gold's expensive. Like, you can get rich and poor in gold in the same day. Kind of like oil. Liquidation. Come on, get the stops. If it doesn't get the stops, then you're short flat now right there. You don't want to see it back above. Well, you definitely don't want to see it back above 42, but you really don't want to see it above 40 half area. See them reoffer this below the B low and then take it down. Next set of stuck shorts. Remember there was stuck shorts here at 39, so there's probably some guys buying their positions back there. Finally getting back to break even after being down 7.
But this is just short covering that's holding it here, you mean?
I think so. Yeah. Unless we see a nice bid up above that 40 half.
So then do you think that it would be a good entry at 40 even?
For a long?
Oh.
No.
No, for a short.
Oh, yeah, that would have been a good entry right there, yeah.
That's what I was well,
Oh,
I was
sorry.
looking at it and then all of a sudden it
My
immediately
bad.
dropped here. It's okay. It was me. I should have just gotten in. I don't know. I was looking at it, I was like, oh well, that wouldn't be bad. And then it freaking just dropped like a rock right after that. So well.
It's only down 2 points, but like yeah. Yeah, that I mean that because that would have been like more of a trade where you put on a short at 40 and your stops at like 42.
Yep. Exactly. That's exactly what I would have done.
That's what I did.
Nice, TJ. Oh, I might get my chance.
Yeah, but do you want to do it on the second time around? That's the thing.
I'll just look for less points and I'll keep my stop tighter.
Yeah, but if it's over 4, that means the trade I did is wrong. If it goes over 40, it probably back to 42, 43, 44.
Yeah. 43 probably.
Mm,
Do you have specific things you look
no.
for to trigger you into a trade, like a number or a metric or a indicator? Because if you just watch price, then you'll constantly get tricked into like, oh, maybe this will work, or oh, let's try it right here. You know.
I'm
So like,
kind of. Are you talking to me or are you talking to Brad?
yeah, just talking to you, like,
Um, I look. I look. I mean, it depends. It depends on what it's actually doing. Like right there, the reason why I did it or would have considered the 40 as a decent entry is because I saw it was coming back and then just basically hovering right there, and it was already showing that the tick was down, the weighted was on its way down. Um, it was above VWAP, which is where I felt like is I don't like when it gets close to VWAP, I don't like to get into like a crazy long trade. But yeah, it was. But I mean, it's all of the above. But I don't necessarily look at just one particular thing.
okay, cool.
I probably should have just let it get me in at 39.5. That's all right.
Yeah, I had taken one off and had my stop on my runner at break even at 40, and it couldn't get back over 40. So
Yeah, it was a good trade. I just needed to be quicker at it. I needed to be a little bit less watching it
You could have gotten in
come
at
down.
like 45 though, too, and then you wouldn't even have had to think about that.
Well, and when you said it, yes, you're right. But I was in a long right near there, and so I didn't want to immediately jump into another trade, which is something that I've done in the past. It's always a bad thing. So I tried not to just immediately turn around and switch.
yeah, that's why I was asking. Like, if you don't have specific things that tell you when to get in a trade, then for me, I just feel like I'm trying to guess and see what works. So like, I knew I wanted to try a short after we double topped at 47, and I look at that
Mm-hmm.
number 47. That was the T2 settle. There's volume there. I have a zone there from a 1 minute candle on Friday. And then like 2 minutes after that, we broke below the 9 EMA. So now in the short term, we're trending down. And so I mean,
Sorry,
like
fucking
once you
auto's
have like
going
some
off.
specific things
Yeah,
you can
no,
look.
I understand what you're saying. Well, I would have been because it didn't reach the 50 yet, which is what I was originally. I mean, I was looking at that last night, kind of thinking that it might try and get back up there, but evidently when it and like you said, when it hit those highs 3 times and then it started to break lower, and well, I was already in that long earlier, but then when I started to break lower, was what I was thinking to get in, but that was only after I'd uh, anyway, you get the point. But yes, you're right. I need to probably be a little more specific on my zones.
Damn, that's annoying, Zoe. You didn't get in. Yeah, sometimes you just have to power through. See, so now that we're at this 34, this is where we ask ourselves, do we add a short here or do we cover the position? Right? Because this area has been such a key area. We're below the 43, but if we add short here at like 36, that cuts us basically at the 43 to break even. That's a big max though, but if we can add 36 and then put the stop at the B low, which is only a 2 point risk to add there. That's not bad. Let's see 37. How 37? See. What is Let's take a peek at the Dow. Nasdaq. It's looking like shit. Dow.
Looks like 36.5 is where they offered it and it slammed it. 36.75 maybe.
Didn't come up on any strong bids.
We did just
Right.
bounce right at the spike low.
Right at the T1 low, right? Yeah.
Yep. Which could just be like smart people taking profit. So you get a little bounce. So you really won't know until if it gets back down there.
Oh.
Like you won't know if it's buyers stepping in there or if it's just like shorts taking a little profit.
Right. Right. We just can't count on that level to hold is what is like. So if we do trade lower, like there's no way to know if we're going to trade lower, but if we do trade lower, we want to kind of make sure we're not in a long. Like if we get back below the 34 and you're in a long, chances are you're going below the 31.75, and so you see what I mean? Like that's a bad long from down there. Like so today's rotational, right? We've got excess on the high, excess on the low, and so typically on a rotational day, we assume that we can play on the excess, right? Very narrow 18-point range, but below this 34, right? Because this is a weak low, mechanical low, we're really not assuming that it's going to hold, and we don't want to be getting long before if you're getting long. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I'm just saying that's how you play a balanced day. Getting long before the 31.75 is really just a mistake, right? It'd be better to wait till below that and use the low as your whatever. But like some shorts got stuck on the 35 again. Yeah, I still have my short on. I added one at 36.50. Not going great. Nasdaq's above its VWAP. Nasdaq's actually trying to catch a little bit of a bid right now. There it goes. There it goes. Now the Nasdaq's turning down. Dow's turning down. It's like it's a fucking hotel here.
All we need is little chocolates on the pillows.
NASDAQ and the ES right at their VWAP, so you can see them kind of struggling a little bit to trade as people probably covering at that VWAP. We're at the end of a distribution as well in the larger time frame, right? You can see here, and if I bring over this chart, you can see it easier. You can see the larger distributions, just a weekly chart. It's right there at the end. So we kind of expect this. This is kind of an unfair low type area until we get down to that 44.30 and below. It's an area you definitely want to like maybe take profit or exercise some caution, but definitely some places and a place that weak longs would be getting long from below the 34. Now, if buyers come back in above 34, well, that's a different story. But these weak longs getting long here above the 31.75 and below the 34 are really high risk trades there. But you kind of have a 2-for-1 because some of the buyers are going to be shorts covering, and that's why I think it's weak buying, right? Like the buying is shorts taking profit and people that are just trying to buy a dip, and really that's a mistake in this situation. I mean, it could go back up, I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it wants to.
Yeah, I'd have to clear that 38.5.
Like if it was me, so if I'm looking for a long here, right? What I'd like to see is I'd like to see this low get taken, right? And then we come back above that 30, the open, and then trade back to the center. Because you figure all of these people getting long here or buying here, let's just say, are shorts covering. So old business, and that basically kind of nets to a zero. And mechanical buyers buying off this 31.75, and so people trying to front run that same spot. So weak-handed buyers doing the same thing that they did before, right? Because they bought here in A period, well, came back down and buy it there again because it keeps working. Use their stops to buy into the market here. That's what I think smart money would do. That's what I would do. Run their stops, like make them think, like try to get as many in as you can, right? Like come on, you can do it. Let's go. And then give them the old rug pull. That's just me.
Teach them how wrong they were.
Well, just like, fucking be like, just be patient. It's a little lesson in patience. That's what that would be. That's how, if I was a market maker, that's what I would do. I would just run the market and make people just be patient. And when they weren't patient, they'd lose. If they were patient, they'd win. Plenty enough to go around in the market, right? Because the market maker doesn't care about if the market's going up or down. He just cares about collecting all the volume because he needs that money if he is wrong or right, because he gets the money per transaction. So he wants to go where all the trades are at. Or how he wants to go to the place where he can collect the most transactions. Good way to put it, I guess. My target is the low. And really, I think we might even see 28. Well, maybe a little bit below the low. But it's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here, and you do have some stuck shorts below us. Could have stuck shorts down that like 34 area. Right where I was saying to cover some. Yeah, maybe even 21. 19, 20, 21. One would be a good level to break down.
I feel like the shorts are getting a little scared. Or the weak shorts.
Hey, I'm a week short. I am getting a little scared. Not gonna lie. I wanted to see some more follow through there. That was kind of a weak second move down. Especially if you look at the 1 minute. Go ahead, sorry.
No, you guys said we tagged the 3850 and it bounced from there again. That's kind of the number I'm looking at. If it can stay below 38.5. So I guess on like a profile, you know, I wouldn't want to see C get accepted back into the B range.
Right, like a micro profile. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. I do that same thing. And you're like, you know for sure you don't want to see it above the C high because that's a mechanical high.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the profile's giving the finger right now.
Yeah.
It's like a market profile head and shoulders, you know.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah, you get like that.
Yeah, like it's crazy how a lot of times the C, not that letter specifically, but you know, like the second one on the other side of the excess comes right to where it did the first time. Like that. Yeah.
That's our Doug trio. On.
Yeah, on the 1 minute candles, it doesn't really look as pretty as a head and shoulders, but it just that style of like the A, B, C on the TPO seems to happen, you know, sometimes. Go grab some coffee. I'll be back.
All right, man. All right, I'm still here, guys. I'm just gonna be working out. I still got my headphones in, so if you need anything, just give me a shout.
5 minutes till new candle. They're making the push. He said this first target was the low.
Almost
2
D period.
minutes.
It looks like that 38 half ended up holding.
Yep.
Seems like they're gonna need to keep moving down, or
They're gonna get run over. If they don't, I think you're right. Well, when new period opens up, the VPOC should shift. One minute. $30. A lot of push. New candle.
I don't really like how the Nasdaq's just kind of chopping sideways right here.
Not really moving down.
Yeah, it doesn't. You know, if it was dropping, then that would at least give you some favor in the ES going down. So we got some Brad prints now between the B low and the D.
Mm-hmm.
So if those fill, then no supply. They hold and get supply right here. So it seems like they've moved down to this 35. They're trying to hold.
Yeah, they were. It was definitely a battle, for sure. They were really struggling to hold it there. Ooh, they are pushing hard. They got stuck at the 32 3/4. Let's see if they can break C low this time. C low is 31 3/4, right? Is that the T1 low also? So I guess that's Friday low. 31 3/4 Friday low, Brad? PJ? Someone?
What you looking for? Friday's low?
31 3/4 is that Friday low as well?
I'm on 2 ticks, so yeah, right there, right in that spot, 32.
Oh, that was the C low. I was meaning also the Friday low. I'm pretty sure that it was the Friday low as well.
Yeah, they were the same.
Got it.
Oh, dadgummit.
There we go. They finally capitulated. I want to create a wrap that talks about capitulation. That's just such a good word. So did we already take A low?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, there we go. Okay. I was getting ready to move my stop down to C low or just behind C low, and it just wasn't showing me that it really not obeying it. All right. Well. Yeah, I probably should have just flattened when it was down lower. Oh well. Just means my oh darn. Centered.
See if they held this 35 still.
You move your stop up.
No, I'm flat now.
Or you flat?
Yeah, when
Well,
the 30 held, I got in with my stop behind that. Look for the flush. But now I'm just tracking it. You know, I'm not necessarily looking for a trade, but if the 35 holds, then that's a good sign. If we get over the 35, we'll probably have a short cover.
I should have left my stop at C low or just behind C low. I moved it up a little higher just to give it a little bit more space. If it's not worth it, I would rather have the points.
Kind of curious to see if we'll get back below the open. So,
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see for sure.
looks like we got rejected at VWAP there. Now we got a poor low with excess on the high. that 38.5 we were talking about, Holden. I
Mhm.
just looked. I just kind of looked left on my chart, and if you have the overnight session expanded, you can see that we short covered right to 38.5, and then failed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I remember that. I was actually watching it when it did that.
Yeah, on mine it's the V high, and like that's exactly where like when B opened up, it came down to that spot, couldn't get below it, and then traded up. So I missed that earlier, but looks like that's why it was important.
Well, could have held. It's struggling to get back to the low. Brad was saying if we break below open and we don't actually break the low, that he's going to reverse, or he's thinking to reverse.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, that's what he said. And he said if we go below the open and without going below the low, I will look to reverse.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. We got the thin spot right here in the overnight profile, and now we got a poor low in the RTH. I was kind of thinking like I need to give this some time, see how it plays out, because if we can't get accepted below the spike, then we ain't going there.
Yeah, looks like we're heading back up. I agree. Now we're having trouble getting back down to the open. The tick isn't looking really strong though. Nor the weighted for that matter.
Yeah, I'm kind of giving it some time to see how it reacts. Kind of build out some levels so I can have something to trade again. Right now, we're still below the 50 EMA, still below VWAP, but everything's just kind of chopping sideways.
VPOC is right at T high. What is that? 20 or 30, 34 half, something like that.
The TPOC or
VPOC.
VPOC?
VPOC.
Mine's at 37, but I'm on 2 TPO.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it looks like his is like 35.
Yeah, right in there.
Alright, this is probably their chance to try to take the low if they're going to try it. See if they're successful or if they get jammed at the bottom. We got volume coming in. So now we just need to trade lower or higher.
Tick is pushing lower. That doesn't seem to be pushing hard enough. Ten more minutes till new candle.
Oh. Looks like we're getting a little short cover on the bottom, but they got to get over 32 half, I think, to get
Yeah,
a
for
little.
sure. For sure.
Nice.
Trying.
A long 30 quarter right there. Flat.
Yeah, it's struggling. I was considering taking one, but I just wanted to see what it was going to do once it actually got right there to see low and let it hang out there for a minute. And then I was going to jump in right at that weak spot at like, I guess it's like 32 half-ish. And it never didn't make it. So I bailed. I didn't even open it.
Yeah, I have a list of things like that tell me when I can get in a trade. So we had a volume candle that came in right there.
Oh, yeah. I don't have
Uh,
volume on mine. That's one thing that I definitely need to. I mean, I just use Brad's. You mean the volume candle at a 31? You said?
On my chart, it's the 1118 candle. Was a
Oh,
high
I
volume.
see.
Um,
Got it.
and then the two candles after that had higher lows, and so I took along it and with my stop below the low of the high volume candle, and especially like a scalp, it was like a 1.5 scalp, because I knew if we couldn't get over the top of that candle, then there's
Got
really
it.
no continuation. But we're at the low of the TPO, like the profile. So I was looking at maybe getting a squeeze up. Most of the time, I'm either looking for one of my candles to change colors because that shows me that volume's coming in, and then I look at the following candle to see if we trade higher or lower from where the volume came in, and that kind of tells me where the buyer stepped in or where the seller stepped in. So normally I'm looking for one of those, which happens every now and then. Like maybe just one or two every 30 minutes. And then either that or if I already have a zone marked from a previous candle and we trade back to that spot and it gets rejected, then that's like a trigger for me to trade. So if that's not happening, then I try not to trade because then I just feel like I'm guessing. And I don't have like a definitive place to put my stop where I know I'm wrong. Like it's just like a standard, like, oh, 2-point stop. Well, if that 2 points isn't behind a definitive place where I know I'm wrong, then it's just a random number of a stop. It doesn't help me.
Can't say it's perfect, but I usually my stops based on the handle levels. Well, depending upon what I'm getting in. And I look for in my trade plan where I have all of the levels. I'll find one of a convergence and put it in behind that. Depending upon where I'm getting in. I mean, if I'm only looking for a scalp, then I'm usually point and a quarter max. Otherwise, I'm a little more specific.
Do you have 1 minute candles up? Or
No,
I mean, Brad does.
I run on 5-minute candles.
So you can see on like the last 6 or 7 1 minute candles, see how we made that 45-degree angle?
Oh, I should say I have 1-minute candles on the right and 5-minute candles on the left. I have both of them up at the same time, all the time.
Oh, okay, yeah, me too. Yeah, that's one way
Because
for short covering. We got that 45-degree angle on the 1 minutes, and that started right after the high volume candle. So that's why when I see a high volume candle,
I got in at 32 this time on the way because it came back up and it looked like it was going to push through 32.5. So I'm going to see how this thing behaves when it gets up near that 38.5, or if it gets to that 38.5. I'm going to drop my stop about a point in profit. Oh, hold on 1 second. Oh, I'll be back.
came back to that high volume area and got slammed. See half
Yeah,
back.
I let it. I let it stop me out at 33. I only took a point.
Just- And the Nasdaq is in a nasty chop zone. So on the way down, I had seller at 35 and then seller at 38.5. So looking to see how we react at those spots. At this point, really looking for just if we get over those levels, then we'll probably squeeze out shorts. So we
Yeah, I jumped back in. I was not happy with that exit. I was like, I should have moved my stock down. I was frustrated, but whatever. And I kind of chased it. But I have a belief in this upside for at least until the 38.5, which is why I was willing to run with it. So I jumped
yeah,
back in. I'll
we're just
watch it
tagged
when it gets.
38.5.
What was that? I'm sorry.
So we just tagged 38.5.
Yeah. So I'm gonna keep my stop right now. My stop's at 36.5. If it comes back below, okay, I'm gonna drop it to 37.5 once it gets. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, I kind of chased it, and I shouldn't have done that. But what I really wanted that trade, and I was very frustrated that I let it stop me out. I had a phone call come in from an insurance guy, and so I had to talk to him. I couldn't blow him off like I wanted to.
Yeah, it's always good when it works, but a lot of times
Well,
I always
I
get
get too
myself in
scared. I
trouble
get
doing
too scared
that.
with my stops. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So Friday, I get into a
Yeah,
trade in Sim, and I like the trade, and I'm looking at it. It's kind of hanging out right at my entry. I took maybe 3/4 of a point of heat. I was like, I really like this trade. I jump into it in my PA account. Same exact trade. In my PA account, I'm a little more aggressive with my stop. Once it gets to a point where I think I should move my stop up, I move my stop up. I put my stop a half point or 3/4 of a point in profit. In the sim account, I left it at a point and a half out from the high. And then of course it came back, stopped me out of my PA account. And then I played it out. I finished playing it out in my sim account. I ended up getting in a second contract when it went down. I mean, the picture of this thing is like beautiful. Like I get into a second contract as it's going down. My exits are right at the low of one of the candles before it does a retrace, and then it goes up and it comes back down. Then it does another drop, and then that's my second take profit, and then it comes up and does a retrace again. It was like perfect. And if I hadn't been such a little bitch, I would have gotten that in my freaking PA account. But I mean, at least I saw the trade and I took it. I just need to not. I need to stop behaving like you can't lose money. It's not the end of the world. You lose PA account or lose a little bit of money in PA account. It is not the end of the world.
Bro, you
I'm
sound
What was that?
horrible.
Wow, this is what's left. I mean, I had COVID on Friday. I still
Yeah,
feel.
shoot.
I think I have a little bit of a fever,
Oh, fuck.
but at least it doesn't. I feel way. Oh my gosh, by Friday afternoon. So Friday morning, I was kind of like stuffed up and whatever. But Friday afternoon, I was like, I had a fever. I went to bed, slept horrible. Saturday, I woke up. I was just not feeling great. And or no, Friday afternoon, Kim goes, "Oh, you should take," because she was at work still. She's like, "You should take a COVID test." I was like, "Nah, it's not COVID." And I take a COVID test. Sure enough, frickin' A, it was COVID.
Damn.
And then Saturday, I was down. I mean, I pretty much didn't move all day. And then Sunday, I was a little bit more mobile, but not a lot. And then today, I feel better, but I'm still sweating. But of course, it's freaking Texas, so it's like 98 degrees out. So I don't know if it's me or if it's just because it's freaking hot outside.
Well, it's not that hot right now.
No, I'm just saying that I don't know if it's me or if it's the heat in the house.
Yeah. Boy, it's nice to be home.
But my voice sounds bad. Yeah. Hey, where are you at? Are you out walking the dog?
Yeah. I got
Sounds like you're out.
I did a 1 point trade so I could trade in my account. I just got to I got to get my computer working, but I don't have time to do it right now. I'm gonna have to do some stuff around the house first because I got shit everywhere and nothing is put away.
No worries.
So, I'm gonna have to have a little come to Jesus meeting with everybody tonight. Now that I'm home, all this arguing that I hear about from every one of them is gonna have to stop. Everyone's gonna have to be nice.
So I'm gonna move my stop up to 37 now.
You're in a trade?
Yeah. It keeps popping above 38.5. So I think I trust it to actually get up there. And where
Brad's
it's
thing is
up
not
there.
updating. Oh, it's updated.
No, it's
There it
updating.
goes. Yeah, it's
There we
updating.
go. Okay, so I'm gonna be cautious until we get above C high.
Where's
So
Brad?
he's online. I think he's working out. So I'm thinking I'm gonna keep my stop. So C high is 42.5-ish. Yeah, probably 42.5.
Hey, stop pulling.
So as this runs up, I'm gonna keep my stop at 37.
Surprised
Right
more
there
houses out here
below.
don't have solar. All right, let's
Well,
just do it.
I mean, it depends. This thing is struggling to stay above that 38.5. It keeps popping back below. Oh, but it's right there. It hasn't really, what is the level that it hasn't? So it hasn't broken below 37, so I'm gonna put this at 36.75.
Oh.
So I know if it breaks below 36.75, I'm screwed. And then it will sell for 1.5 points. So if we break above, add. I think if we get to 40.5, I would add. 40.5 would mean. I'll see what it does. I'm gonna let it play out. I don't want to add to this yet. I don't necessarily trust it. All right. There we go. I get to 39.5, 39.25. Did you take that trade, TJ, or no?
Which one?
The long
Yeah, I'm in a long right now. My stop's
that
at
I got
37.
stopped at. You're long from where?
I'm actually looking for continuation right here, but my stop's at the invalidation point. So right now it's 37. But
What
I've
was your
considered flattening a few times because it's not going.
what was your
I'm in.
entry?
Yeah, I'm in it like really early right here, like 38.5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got in when I jumped back in. I mean, I was originally in at 34 and then or 32, and then it got me out at 33. I got back in at 35.25. But yeah, I was seeing the 37 being the invalidation, but I don't know. Maybe I tend to be a little bit more conservative because I put mine at 36.75. Figured if it comes back and taps it, I don't want it taking me out for a freaking tick. I have been burned by that so many times. Bane of my existence.
Yeah, I want this to go now, honestly.
Yeah, it's being a little this is
I
how I
really,
end up with my average trade being 20 minutes.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, shorts have been covering, so I was trying to get a squeeze to like 41.5.
Yeah,
But
I may move my stop higher if this thing doesn't start to really show some strength.
looks like we could catch a in here if it's not going.
Well, I'm gonna give it. So in the last, it's a 37.25. Well, 37.25 is where it got to. Oh, now I know why you're at 37. So yeah, I see. I was thinking it had gotten to 37.25 or 37.5. I'm sorry, 37 even.
Yeah, I think it might come down a little and check below here.
No, it took me out. I got my 1.75 deal. If it comes back, I might get back in depending on what it does when it reaches VWAP at 34. Or if it reaches VWAP, I guess I should say. Tick is really not of any use, and the weighted is pretty flat. I should have probably been a little bit tighter with my stop, but I didn't. I wanted to see it run. So it got me out at 37. I got a point and 3/4. I feel like we still have more upside. But the signals aren't necessarily strong, so I don't know if I would like be jumping at the opportunity to enter right here.
Yeah, it would have to get back over 38 for me to want a long. Right now, we could have longs trapped up there where we were chopping, wasn't going.
I'm still in the trade I got into my sim account, or in my sim, where I'll take the trade in sim and then I'll watch and see how it plays out, and then I'll debate on whether or not to get into it in real. My sim trade's still in because of course I'm not as aggressive with my stop. This is the battle. Do I start acting like this in regular, or do I trust that I will eventually equate? Well, I'm glad I let it stop me out. Certainly wouldn't want to have it come back that far. Yeah, we're coming up on VWAP. VWAP is what, 34.5 I said? Give or take.
That's 34 quarter.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's 34 quarter for sure.
Oh, come on. I didn't. You jerk. Yeah, I was short right there against that trap longs at 38. That's why you have to be careful looking for the exact same trade to continue, because like once people get trapped and it didn't work, you have to look for the reaction, because if it can't get back over the level that it was stuck at, then all those people that are stuck holding are all going to give up and you're just going to liquidate.
I'm sorry, TJ, say that again. I missed that.
I was just saying you have to be careful, like looking to get in the exact same trade, like to
Oh
try
yeah,
to
no.
get,
Yeah, I
if
don't.
it can't get over that level where all the longs got trapped.
Yeah.
If it can't get over that level, then all those people are just going to give up. It's going to liquidate.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not taking that trade again. That was a one-shot deal. I mean, I took it on the run up when I got in at 33 or 32, and then got out at 33. And then when it was still going, I was willing to ride it up to 38.5. But once it really didn't, and it basically got to 39/4, and then it basically failed, and then you could see the liquidation. That tells me that I'm not going to get in that trade again. It was fun while it lasted, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I got
I
in
wish.
at 42 short with my stop
Oh,
at the
nice,
candle.
nice.
So that trade for me was like a zone flip. So I was long with my stop where the shorts were covering, and then when they gave up after I got a liquidity candle. So now I have a liquidity candle. I waited for the next candle to open, seen where it couldn't get above the 37. So I got short 36 half, stop 37 quarter, and wrote it down.
Nice. Sorry, if I had been listening, I would have been able to do that. I had the insurance guy call back, and so I had to answer. I like that trade. When I mean, it was clear that it was failing, and it was going to come back down, back to the start to try and get to the low anyway. While open, I guess I should say, because that was where it couldn't break the open to break the low. Or maybe it did break the open, it just couldn't break the low. So I agree.
Yeah, that little ride up there might have got enough people on the long side where it has enough.
Stuck longs.
Yeah, like enough to
Yeah,
break the low now.
I think you're right. I think that was what they were doing, is they were trying to get some support.
We
Buy
had
up enough
volume come in on
contracts.
the low there, and we bounced. So we'll have to see if we can get back below that. So they got A, D, and E all right there, poor low.
You still in your short?
No, I closed at my target on that one was VWAP.
Oh, got it.
And I only took it with one lot. I didn't do my normal two.
Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, typically that's how I try to do it with one, maybe two, if I'm really feeling, but I really struggle with being able to do it with more than that. That's still my arch nemesis. But I mean, I'm getting there. That's my long-term vision.
Yeah, I got good at doing the one lots and then, getting those like 1 to 3 pointers. But then a lot of times it would keep going. So since I dialed in the entries, then I like switched to MES where I didn't care about money.
Oh yeah, good.
Did 2 lots, and I still take the first one off like I would before, but the bracket, like as soon as the first one gets taken out, it automatically moves the stop to break even, and then I can just trail the second lot. And normally I'm trailing it like behind 2-minute candles or waiting for it to break a 9 EMA or something like that. Or I get a liquidity candle, which a lot of times is like a reversal candle. Those are like all reasons to exit. So it lets me take my scalp, but since my scalps are so like normally sniper levels, I
Yeah.
can try to have a runner to capture like more. So that's kind of what I'm rocking right now, trying to do.
Sometimes I do well with it. Sometimes I don't. Depends on the circumstance. I'm certainly not my best today. So I'm gonna not be as aggressive as I normally would. Friday I was very aggressive. I was
Yeah, I was on until we filled the gap, and then man, looks like we went a little bit higher and then puked it up there. Did y'all stay on that whole ride down? Like, were you on? Everybody watching that still?
I was on for a long time. I had to go to a dentist appointment. Oh, I wrote it the whole way up, I guess. Maybe I just didn't write it down.
Yeah, I remember you writing it up. I was
But I
surprised it
wrote it.
puked far down.
Yeah, I rode that thing up. I mean, I did really, really well on the ride up. And then that final trade that I took was on the ride down, was where I got in. And the part that ticks me off is that if I had literally in my PA account, if I had just put my stop one tick out of profit and left it there,
Yeah.
I would have nailed it. I mean, it would have done really well. I mean, I was in the one contract, and even after I added on the second one, I would have done really well. It never came back to my entry after I got in. So I literally got into the trade in PA. I'm sorry, it came back and touched my entry. So I would have had to have been one tick out of profit. But if I had been one tick out, I would have nailed that trade. Even if I had just gotten in and left it and done absolutely nothing, I would have been fine. It's just I get so freaked out. I don't want to blow this PA. I can't blow my PA. Live and learn, I guess.
Yep. Seems like shorts are covering down here still. And getting another 45 degree on the 1 minute candles.
Yeah, I think we're gonna end up doing the same thing again. It's gonna get up and fail. I don't even know if it's gonna make it to the 38.5 this time though.
Yeah.
It really wants to take that bottom, is the bottom line, well, I hate to say bottom line, but you know what I mean.
Pun intended.
I really feel like it is trying to take the low. That is what it is.
Yeah, it wants
based on
to.
everything I am seeing, it is trying very, very, very hard to take that low. So I'm not willing to try that upside anymore unless I'm looking for scalps.
Yeah, I'm just kind of expecting balance until we get a break.
Well, the counts are now 0 and 84 to the downside, which I'm not saying it's an exact replica of a perfect indicator, but it usually does a pretty decent job of providing semi-decent insight. And when you have 0 call counts, that's usually a bad sign for the upside. So I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah, I haven't had a call count in 5 minutes. Since 11:49, I haven't had a call count.
Jeez, 11:49.
Yeah, so yeah, 5 minutes solid.
Mm.
And I'm still getting more call count or more put counts coming in.
Yeah, we're just getting short covered right now. For sure. I'm kind of looking for an offer to come in right here, though. Like somewhere between this 35.5 to
38.
Yeah, where we failed.
Yep. Or 39, sorry. 39. Did it just fail at 36 even? 36.
Yeah, 36.
36 quarter.
Yeah. This is one of those, like, when you see short covering, like we've done this twice where we had the 45 degree angles on the 1 minute. You want to make sure you get on the right side of the V. Like,
Yeah.
don't just
Yeah.
short on the way up just because it hits a number. You know?
And oh, it's gonna go
to
down any minute. Any minute it's going down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always better
You
to
have
wait
no
for it to turn, and then get in, then put your stop behind the turn, and then,
Yeah.
at least you manage your risk. If you just get in on the way up, waiting for a turn, then you really don't have a good
It-
place.
and it could keep that 40-degree angle just continuing on the to the
Right.
upside. And then you're
Right.
just like, no, we're at the top. And then the next candle, oh wait, no, we're at the top. And then the next candle, and oh no, we're at the top.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I have been burned by that so many times. That's where I end up. That's what I used
Me
to do.
too. Me too.
Is I would pile in contracts. Is I would get in, and then I would be like, okay, no, I feel like we're gonna we're gonna peak right up here, and then I'd add in a couple more contracts, and then add in a couple more contracts, and then I don't know 14 points underwater, and I'm realizing that it's not gonna work.
NQ's
Oh,
much
there it
lower
goes.
now.
Oh, I didn't even look at the NQ. Oh, sure enough, freaking bailed hard.
We definitely want to see it make a lower low if we're going to get continuation, but it's not getting back to that swing low that it had. Still like 40 handles above that.
You said swing low, and in my mind, I said the words "sweet chariot," because that was those are the next words after that. Okay, you think it'll break the low this time, or do you think it's gonna just try and get back toward open and call it even?
Well, let's see. I mean, the Dow is not even close to the low. The Dow is still kind of holding above its VWAP. Nasdaq didn't come down near as low as it did, but if the Nasdaq starts to get below this 15,100, it's looking like it wants to go below that. I'm looking at a 10-minute chart on the Nasdaq and looking for the Nasdaq to make a new low on this 10-minute bar. If it does, I think it's a go with situation.
See how you can see the turn on the 1 minute chart now, Stace?
Oh yeah, no, I already saw it. I am in. I'm in my trade. So yes, I saw that. I saw the turn coming. I'm in at 34 quarter, so it wasn't like I jumped in at the peak. I was waiting to see definitively that I was getting the turn. Now I'm just trying to figure out where I want to put my stop. Right now it is right there, just above the high. But I want it to come down a little further. Thinking I'm gonna move it down to right there behind C low as soon as we drop below there.
This is where, well, I mean, it depends on your trade, I guess, but like you have like your current 1 minute candle and you have your previous 1 minute candle, right? So like one before that, so like 2 completed candles, that's where I normally draw my stop when I'm looking
Oh, I like that.
So like 34.75 would be my stop.
I like that a lot, actually. I try to sort of do that with 5-minute candles, but it's much harder to really. I mean, you can't obviously do it for a full 5-minute. I mean, you're not going 10 minutes back where you're putting your stop. That's not. I mean, depending upon how long they are, that's not realistic. So, but yeah, I like that idea. On the 1 minute, there we go.
Nasdaq
that's
10
how
made a lower low there.
My trailing, the one I trail.
Okay, so now I'm gonna drop right there, basically at what are we in? A, B, C, D, E, F, F half back. So I'll drop it at 31. We'll go 32.
Nasdaq's right at the 15,100 level. Let's see if we get this continuation. We are.
Quarter. Yeah, this is. I think we're gonna take that low. So where's the volume? So we have that weak spot at 25.
Yeah, Rob, I use the YM to check the Dow. The YM is the Dow. It's just the Dow futures.
So if we go all the way through, it would be 21. So I'll put my exit there at 21.25.
Mini Dow, I guess
And I'll
it's called.
just trail. So I'm just going to trail it with my stop. I'm not sure it's going to make it all that way, but we'll see where it gets. I'm just going to trail it with my stop. I know I won't get all of it anyway. Oh, unless it does shit like that, and then I might.
Let's go.
Hey, Dom. Been a while. I guess you were on Friday. I forgot.
Yeah. It was I don't know. Yesterday I woke up weird and I was already coming in late. Like I was already 2 hours like late to the market from start. So I didn't want to like join and start getting other people's ideas and stuff like that. So I just traded by myself yesterday.
So I think I'm going to put my stop at 27.5. Let's see if it makes it to my 21.25.
But I did catch that short with you, Stacy. I got in at 34 cent. I was on in at the 35 flat on the previous
Oh,
day.
okay. Yeah, I'm 34.25.
I'll
And
be right back.
stop is currently 27.5. I figure if it takes me out, then it takes me out, and I didn't deserve it anyway. I think it might take me out. Sure as shit.
Yeah,
Took me
might
out.
retest the low here.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm good with what I got. I'm not. I mean, that's one thing that I will say that I have really not struggled a whole lot with is when, I mean, I missed out on, let's see, it took me out at 27.5 and it got down to 20, or basically 24. So basically I lost out on 3 points. For me, I'm looking at that and going, doesn't matter, not relevant. But some people would be like, 3 points. You left 3 points on the table? But that's just not the trade that I'm looking for. I'm always the trade that I'm looking for. I mean, it was a from 34.25 to 27.5 is 2.5. So 6 3/4 trade, and I lost 3 points. I'm totally fine with that. Totally fine with that.
That spot it came down to an F. I actually have a level there. I think that's where like a lot of on the daily chart, a lot of highs come up to that same spot. I'm gonna say.
Oh man, I'm 150 away from that next level in this account to 5/6 of the way there to making it, qualifying it. I don't really want to take any more trades today. All right, I'm actually going to be done. I'm bailing. I have decided that I do not feel well enough to be sitting here for as long as I am. And I'm probably going to start making bad decisions as we go, which is usually what happens. So I'm calling it. I'm going to take my 24 points and go home. All right. Not a bad day. Not a bad day at all. I gave up 5.4 points and ended up with a profit or net of 24.6. Not bad. I'll call that a winner for the day.
Yeah, I feel like I was reading the price action pretty good today.
You were doing really well. I really appreciated your narrative, by the way. Absolutely. I'll say this. I really appreciate the fact that you are deliberate in all of the things that you're doing and calling out why and what, as opposed to me. I'm not saying I'm flippant, but I am far less. I observe it and recognize what I'm seeing, looking at the different indicators, but it's not. And I'm certain. I mean, I'm not saying that I never look at levels, but levels depending upon the system. For me, levels don't always call into it like what you were saying, and I just appreciated the fact that you were sort of validating what I was thinking and seeing, and I wasn't just like out there and making up ideas in my head, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that.
Anyway, all right. Well, I'm off for the day, gents. I will catch y'all tomorrow.
Feel better,
All right.
Stacy.
Thanks.
Good work.
Yeah, I'm gonna go chill and binge watch Suits, which is what I've been watching for the time that I've been sick. Anyway, catch you guys tomorrow.
Later. Somebody told me to watch that show. And they said that
It
I
is
reminded them
so
of Harvey
freaking
Specter.
funny. Oh my gosh, it is. It is. So here's the deal. If you've ever watched White Collar, it's a lot. It has a similar premise to White Collar, but it's kind of a little bit more. And Harry Specter, Specter, Henry Specter, Harvey. That's right. Harvey Specter is freaking. I mean, the guy is. He's. I mean, I love his character. He's kind of an asshole, but he is what he is.
But when you're a
So,
winner, act like that.
well, and that's the thing is you it's okay to be cocky if you got something to back it up.
Right.
And he's solid. Although there's one, I will say this, there's one thing that happened which was very out of character for him, and I didn't appreciate the fact that they put that in there, and I don't know why they put it in there. And it ended up basically he reneged on it. So he did this thing and then he said, I'm going to do this thing. And then it didn't work out the way he thought it was. And so he said, oh, no, I'm not going to do that thing. Like he should have been, because his character would never have freaking done it. Everything I know about the character would never have happened, which that's kind of what I do is I watch for the character development. So anyway, catch you guys tomorrow.
All right. See you.
Like,
Like they backfilled, tested the low, and brought it back.
Yeah, so theoretically we should trade back to that 1921.
Yeah, I have that 19 to like 21 area marked. Just as like kind of a thin spot where short started covering above it. Just looking at like the overnight session expanded, it like got below it, liquidated, but then like once it got back over that level.
Yeah, and that like 20 area, 4420 to 4410 have been like a big area in this like big range that we've been trading in. Nasdaq's just getting punished.
Yeah, the Nasdaq chopped sideways for so long, and then it tried to take the high, failed, came back in, and traded to the other side, liquidated on like a 1 minute. Kind of what happened.
Yeah, it just bounced, but didn't bounce as high. Failed. Same with the Dow. Dow's finally down to its VWAP now. Healthcare and financials kind of holding steady. Consumer discretionary and tech are getting hammered. You know what's doing really good is the Russell. It's up 1.23%.
I don't know how you watch so many different markets at the same time.
Well, I have like a fuckload of screens. That does help. I mean, not really. I only have 4 screens. Just one is like big, really big.
Yeah. For someone starting out though, would you recommend just like really learning one market?
Yeah. It's nice. It's nice to have 2 screens for sure.
Yeah.
Having that extra space.
Like
helps
other
a lot.
people, like don't like for me when I was just starting, it would have been hard to trade more than one asset. I think.
Well, I trade I trade the other assets differently than I trade the ES though. But that has come with time, like getting to know that asset and how to trade it. I don't think it's trades. I think every asset trades a little bit different. I mean, there's some
Yeah.
strategies that you can use that are going to be exactly the same, but some stuff just trades different.
Yeah. If price did come back up into the middle of this value area, would that be like a neutral day profile? Because we got excess, like so much excess on the top and the bottom, so it'd be like 2 time frame.
Yeah,
What
like
does
if we
he
come
call
back
that?
to like 34.
Yeah, like where there's like both time frame participants. What does he call it? Like a neutral day is where you have like potentially long term people on the top and long term people on the bottom, right?
Right.
Maybe not long term. I'm not using the wrong lingo.
Well, like you have the same traders on both sides of the market, basically.
Yeah.
Because a neutral day typically doesn't break the initial balance, I think. But really, I mean, like today, we came up, put in excess, traded to the low, shorts covered, indicating that in order to break the low, we're going to need liquidation. We got the liquidation. And so now, basically, during the liquidation, what happens is a lot of times sellers that wanted to sell didn't get a chance. And so it'll be up to them to move lower to sell the market if they want continuation. And if they don't move lower, then probably rebound back to that 34.
Mm.
It's kind of how I look at it. And you just have like a balanced day basically with excess on the high and the low.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need volume at excess, exactly. And we're getting some good volume here. We're coming into a different distribution here as well, as you can see on the DOM, like where that red highlighting starts. On the larger
Mm-hmm.
distribution, that's kind of right where that comes in.
Yeah, and on T2 we couldn't break into that. We came down and then rallied all the way back up.
Right.
Because there's like the high volume on the 30-day is at like 19 quarter, 19, 20, whatever area.
Yeah, and 25's been an area where we've seen buyers before, like the breakout area. I have a yellow box it must be from Thursday at this 20 to 24 area. And those typically I just try to like mark highs and lows like that have impulses. Not sure. Oh, it's from Thursday. Yeah, it is from Thursday's low.
Yeah, on the daily chart too, this is the area where we were saying like 3 or 4 days, like if you look back over like the last 2 weeks or whatever it is, several highs like
Yeah.
stop right here at the same spot or whatever.
Yeah, it's a big ledge, and I mean you could see it. You could see it's growing here too. Remember, this is just a 7-day profile right here. Probably incorporating these days here, but that's probably it. I think the last day it's probably incorporating is this day. Might not even be including this day. Actually, I think it's probably not.
it'll be interesting to kind of play with that, because like if you're in balance, you probably want to include however many days are in that balance area. If you're on like a breakout, you probably want to have it on a shorter time frame, so you can see like the more of the ledges inside that whatever. If that makes sense.
Yeah, like I get what you mean. The Dow caught a bit off its VWAP. They'll be looking a bit above 31 here. 31.75 is that previous low. That's what Doped is talking about. Yeah, there's that 3150. 70.
Getting back inside previous stage room.
I think a couple people use Bookmap, Rob. I know if you have Thinkorswim, you get it for free on the ES at least. What'd you say? Yeah. Oh, Yeppers? Yeppers. What did I tell you about Yeppers? This reference. I mean, having bookmap delayed 6 to 8 seconds doesn't really matter. It's like, I mean, because you're really just trying to see where the liquidity's at, not necessarily trying to like. I mean, unless you're like, I don't know. That's how I would use it.
Seems like it'd be easy to get caught on the wrong side right here.
Yeah, a lot of people buying the low and selling the low. Definitely agree. It's pretty weak if the market doesn't get back below this 30-50. That's pretty weak look for sellers.
Yeah. Yeah, like we've kind of rolled right here, like at VWAP. So it's like it could either roll and continue lower, or it's going to short cover from here.
Right.
Everybody that shorted and put their stop right there above this 33, above VWAP, could get liquidity.
Yeah, and if they bid it above 37, 38, where we saw that resistance last time, then they probably take it 45-ish area.
I mean, based on like the profile, you know, F broke the low, came down, but now it came back inside yesterday or today's value, and we're inside like yesterday's range. Would you, based on like profile alone, would you even be looking for a short right here?
Not really, no, to be honest with you. If I was gonna short, I would be shorting like maybe like 37, 38, because you could have a tight stop against the E high, but or I'd like to short higher, like 44.
Yeah, okay.
So, Brad, on days that you see X's on the higher side and the low side too, do you just see like who misses out on the opportunity to drive the market?
Yeah, like you're basically saying like who misses out to push it lower or higher at those points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So at this point, I mean, we're if we still go down and it doesn't break F, we'd have to wait, hopefully, for buyers to hold the open. But like, if so, if G didn't break F, I'm assuming it's sellers trying to take their chance again to break the lowers.
Um, I mean, so like if we trade back down to like 28, a low,
Mm-hmm.
you probably get liquidation. But if we don't trade back down to that level, and we can assume that everyone that's traded below the open, which is a lot of people at 25, um,
Mm-hmm.
are stuck. And so that would probably take us in at least up until like that 35, 38 area, which is like that upper
Is it short
distribution
covering?
and the point of control. Yeah, exactly. Because there's just no pressure for shorts to really kind of to sell. So there's just like,
Yeah, and they're currently stuck down there, right?
right, exactly. But if we got back below that like 28, 29 area, then we could assume that they'd probably, they wouldn't mind re-entering down there to try to get
Or
back down to
read
that low. Like, so
offering, my bad.
let's say they're short, right? They're short here, and they're
Uh-huh.
just kind of chilling or whatever. Maybe their stop's all the way up here, right? They're a larger trader. They were looking for continuation on the momentum, but they're not willing to part. So if it comes back down here, they'd probably re-offer down here, down in this area to try to get the market back down to here. So at least, break even would be here. But if they get it back down to here, this might be a break even trade. But the shorts they put on here will be winners. And so that's kind of what those people are looking for. Because in reality, I mean, it's a pretty balanced day, right? Like
Hmm.
tick has been pretty balanced. The weighted AD is not really extreme. Even the 1 minute's just balancing. So these people got off sides, got stuck, and they would be looking to kind of get back to break even, and most likely they would cover there. So that's telling us that the selling is weak. And if selling is weak, then
Then
I
we'll
mean,
push the market a little bit harder and create short covering, and then boom, we're
right.
gone.
There's just, I mean, not for sure, but yeah, the odds are better in that
Of that
direction.
happening.
Right. Right.
Hmm. I really wanted to short the 38, but if sellers really miss their chance, I mean, it could always be still, it's still a balanced day, so it could always still work.
Yeah, 38 wouldn't be a terrible area.
But you think with all this volume that they're building, especially from the downside, buyers wouldn't try to, I mean, at least try to give it a shot to test their previous bull high, which would be B.
Well, I think if anything, that because we only broke the A low, there's definitely a
Hmm.
seller in the market. So I would say the seller is definitely stronger, but it's just a matter of where is that seller willing to reoffer, right? Because we still have that CA high, which is mechanical. So I'm assuming strong sellers are short from like 42 and above.
Yeah.
And then mechanical sellers took over. You got liquidation from weak sellers, momentum sellers, or liquidation from weak buyers. Momentum sellers came in, were able to break the low, showing weakness in buying, but then got a little bit off sides, got caught, and so now we come back to the middle. So if the seller is going to move down and sell this middle price, we really want to see the market start to hang out below the open. Um, if not, that seller's probably going to just stay patient and do what worked earlier, which is sell 44 or something like that. Um,
And then I got a question. So yesterday, well, not yesterday, but last night's sessions, like on NOPQR, how I didn't break that. But do you think that's a position where buyers are at, like a good amount, at
I don't
least
I don't pay attention to the overnight profile at all, except for the
when you trade?
distributions. Like I don't pay attention to any
Okay.
of the like the high and the low, and then the distributions. But like as far as like the high and low of each individual bar, I don't put any weight on it at all.
Okay. I don't know. For some reason, I always did that, but I mean, thank you. I
I mean,
won't do that
it could
anymore.
work. No, no, no. I'm not saying that it's the right way. It's just not something that I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm not gonna do everything the right way. You know what I mean? Like it's just not. That's just me, and that's what works for me. But if it works for you, then you should use it. You know what I mean? Like don't just not use it because it doesn't work for
For you.
well because
Okay.
just
I
because I
get
don't use it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I use a lot of the over.
I
Yeah,
think there is an
I kind
echo.
of
Yeah.
just try to use the overnight for like a little bit of distinguishing throughout the day or like where prices headed. I mean, I always remember that you told me like to at least look if it broke like the overnight's high or the overnight's low.
Yeah.
Oh, back then, so I always looked into that and like where price was driven shortly throughout the day, throughout last night's. I don't know, it somewhat helps me.
Yeah. Highs and lows for sure. But I just don't look at the high and low of each individual bar in the overnight session.
Well, it wasn't each, it's just like you see that like that like NOP like
Right here.
it looks like a square somewhat. Like they held the levels like right next to each other and sold them off and then finally broke up. But I don't know if that was like,
Oh yeah,
since
yeah,
they
yeah.
broke on the high side,
You're talking
I'm
about this
assuming
area
that's like a
here.
buyer. Yeah,
Yeah.
that one.
So what I think I was talking about this earlier. I think there is an echo from your thing, Don. But I
Oh,
was
my bad.
saying
Here, let me put my
what I was saying earlier is like it looks like they sold this down, and then buyers and sellers kind of got into the market. Eventually, buyers liquidated. They ran out. No sellers. We traded back up into the same spot. Buyers and sellers traded, and then this time shorts got covered, and then we kind of squeezed up higher. So I guess if you're trying to watch like this box here, if that's what you're talking about, yeah, then that makes sense. We kind of traded back down into that box and found a buyer again, and you're saying that's a buyer. So that makes sense to me. Yeah.
All right, yeah. So that's what I was talking. Sorry, I was connecting my headphones, but yeah, that's what I was talking about pretty much because I was looking
Yeah.
at like it looked like when F was like 44.25, it looked like I'm assuming sellers are trying to build a position to take this lower, and then I looked over, and then you have that big old chunk from last night where buyers ended up taking over recently. So I really wanted to take a long, but I didn't. Wait, are my headphones working? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
Alright.
No, but that's
Oh, sure.
good. I think that was a good identification of a trade.
I would have still taken it. It's just sellers were pretty heavy down there. They kept testing that and kept going lower and lower, like on the bar chart.
Yeah, and the Nasdaq was at the low
And
that
then it went lower, and then it went
during
lower
that as
again.
well.
Assuming that was going to be the break.
Yeah, so was I actually.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
the
it was
Nasdaq
creating
was
like
at the low too, so it's tough to get long when the Nasdaq's making a new low. You know what I mean? I'd like to see the
yeah,
Nasdaq.
and you were also mentioning that too.
So, but I mean, the thing about something like that is if you have like those clear, as long as you have those clear defined levels. So like if you were to just take like a box, right, and draw from like this low here and this high here, and say, okay, I'm going to look to buy this zone here, which is 28.22. I'm going to look to get long somewhere in here, and my stop's going to go just below this box, right? Well,
yeah,
I mean,
smart.
yeah, I mean, and then you have to identify your target to make it worth it. But let's say even if you got filled on 26, your stop loss is 6. What's this? 4, 5 points, maybe even a little bit more, 6 points, maybe more, 8 points. Well, you look back and see, well, what's 16 points higher from 26? So you go 26 to 36 to 40. Well, the Globex high, that's a good place to cover the trade. You know what I mean? Like there's you use all your surrounding areas to kind of plan those trades out. Maybe if you're on the
And kind of
fucking
just getting a
open,
bigger
you would have hit
perspective
that
to it.
trade, Dom. Honestly, saying.
Yeah.
Then you could have shared it with all of us.
Well, I mean, it's lately since I'm moving to Costa Rica, I'm trying to become way more disciplined on just, hey, make your money, and then if you see the trade, take it. But like, just I like to just like for right now, I'm up 6 points after the short I took, so I'm not in no rush. I'm just looking. I'm just hanging around. If I see a trade, I'll take it, no doubt about it. But since I'm moving, I actually got to be like a little bit more disciplined with myself and actually try to start making this work somewhat.
That's good. Yeah, I mean that's what it's all about. Discipline, really. Like we talked about, it's like, like we
And
always say,
even for
like,
a kid my age, like I got time, Like if I
oh,
can
dude,
just
yeah,
slowly but surely discipline to even like get like around get 1,000. Like usually I fund 100. Like the max I've gone up to was 700-800 from $5 contracts, and then but I haven't funded my account within the last like 2 months, so it's going pretty good for me. Yeah, it's been a back and forth battle because at the same time I was in Costa Rica and I wasn't really like sitting there trying to trade. But now that I'm back, I need to be a little bit more disciplined. And then if I can just get 1,000 and then just trade the ES and get like 3 points for like a week straight and just be disciplined enough to get off, I can figure something out throughout that.
and like I always say, man, like because you are so young, I honestly think anybody can learn how to trade. I don't think
Mm-hmm.
it's just a matter of how long it takes to develop into that person. But what happens most times, I think, is people run out of money because they're like, this is going to have to make me money or else it's not going to be worth my time. But like, you think about a professional football player, right?
Mm-hmm.
These guys start, or let's any sport you want, right? You could do English football, you could do baseball, any sport you want, right? You're Costa Rican, you probably love baseball.
Yeah, honestly, now that I've been doing the sports betting thing, I'd be loving all sports now.
But so think about a professional athlete, right? They start playing the game when they're a kid, you know,
Hmm.
5 years old, 6 years old, and then maybe 15 years from then, when they're 20, right? If they get drafted basically right out of high school, or maybe a couple years in college, they start making money, right? And it might just be
Yep.
rookie money, it might not even be big money, and maybe 20 years, well, the time they're 25, they sign their first like real pro contract if they held it together through their rookie season and make that big bucks, right? So
Yeah.
if you're getting into this game of trading and you're competing against those people, professional traders that have been doing this for 20 plus years, so not only have they been doing it, but they've made it past the threshold that most people don't make it past. That's who you have to compete against. So you have to get to that level. So it really is like, that's what you have to, that's how you have to goal yourself. And just like you're talking, right? Like that's the perfect way to have the outlook on it, because you know I'm not saying it's going to take 20 years to learn how to trade, right? If it takes you 20 years, it'll be too late by then, but you guys get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
'Cause
I don't think
obviously
it'll
you
take
can't
me that long. I
start.
have a pretty good teacher.
No. I'm just saying it in like that kind of perspective. What happens is most people want to play pro by the time they're in high school, or still, or you know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
they're like, I'm ready for the pro money. And then what happens is they end up losing all of their money before they actually get a chance to play. And that would be like, tearing your MCL or something like that, right? Just an analogy.
Yep. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, most definitely. That's why, most importantly, like, enjoying the process, and then especially with trading, patience, like, is something I'm gonna truly have to master to a whole new level. And of course, I'm young, so to be able to do that, it's gonna, of course, take me some while. So that's why I'm not in no rush to like be like, oh, I gotta trade $50 contracts, or like I'm not in a rush, but at the same time, like if I can even make like 10 points a day with the $5 ones, like I'll be fine with that. I mean, I still got a job that pays me salary in Costa Rica, and I'm still doing other stuff, and I also got another project that I'm probably gonna use my house for. But I mean, other than that, like I still want to be a day trader. And I'm definitely gonna make that happen. Oh, Brad, this time I did bring coffee. Oh, wait, hold up. Let me see if my mom didn't take all of it. If I still got coffee, I can send you coffee. This time I did bring coffee.
Oh, nice. Yeah, for sure, man. If there's extra, if not, it's not a big worry. Don't worry
Hey, Dad. He's not here. Where could she have put it? All right. I'll ask my mom's when she get home, and then I'm pretty sure we still have extra. I brought like 10 packs.
about it. Oh, okay, nice.
Good thing I didn't take a short there. I almost took a short at 34 because sellers were getting held down, but they still broke through.
Yeah, just wait. Yeah, wait till like that
It's a
40.
little bit weird right now. Yeah, that 40. See if it breaks E. Well, actually, since it's making its way up there, shouldn't we look at it like as sellers lost a chance? I mean, of course, we still got E, and like you said, that mechanical AC high that a lot of people are probably short from.
Right. I'm just assuming because there's weak buyers in the market that like
It's
that's an
gonna
area that
be
it could
back and forth.
possibly fail at. Is that area up there?
Yeah,
Because
that's
if the
true.
buyers were strong, we probably wouldn't have left that mechanical C high. So I would look for like that 38, 40 area against the C high. If they break
Hmm.
the C high, then that kind of shows control has shifted, because that's the last mechanical
All
level we
right.
have left, really.
Yeah, and then if anything, if they keep pushing, it's definitely gonna have well build some short covering and from people who are short from up there.
Yeah, and if they keep pushing, it'll probably look to trade closer to like the 50, 48, 50.
Brad, do you like to golf? Damn, Steve had a 47-point day. That's crazy.
Nice, Steve. 47 points. Good shit. Lower, I think they would go for like 30 even. Because you'd have to get that liquidation below the open in order to have basically the liquidity to go get unlocked from where they're stuck at, which is 24 or 20, 25, 26, right? That little region down there. That's what I would assume. I'll be back, guys. Yeah, what's up?
Um, so I chilled out on 38. I didn't short it because the way I opened up here. But they pushed to 43? Pretty much, it looks like the people who are selling on A and C stepped in. But what this looks like right now to me, like starting from F, does it look like they're trying to backfill an I right now?
Yeah, pretty much. And it kind of looks like
Yeah,
that selling's running dry a little bit.
yeah, and it looks like they're trying to backfill. I was short the 40. I was short the 43, but I closed it out at at um at 38 once I saw that buyers that they didn't break H. So after that, they didn't do that. I was assuming they were backfilling, which is, I mean, they're making their way up, but my dumbass, didn't I didn't get myself in the best of positions. So I just took my point and hopefully it comes back down to like hopefully 37.50. No, I feel like it won't come down to 37.50 to backfilling. You think the previous day settle would be a good entry? If they're backfilling?
You're talking about to get long?
Yeah, to get long. Yeah.
I think they don't really want it to get back below that settle.
You don't want it to get below the settle? Okay.
Yeah, because you really don't want to see it get accepted below this like distribution that's in the middle. There's a weak spot. We're kind of like right below the
Okay.
settle. You know what I mean? I didn't
Yeah, as
watch
soon
it
as I
auction
got
up
out,
though.
I was
I just got back to the computer like 1 minute ago.
Oh, it was a fight on. Did you see H though? How sellers stepped in huge and then buyers immediately, but like a whole bar, like it moved the whole bar, but the price didn't move. Like it moved down, but price stayed the same. So like I'm assuming there's a big buyer ready there to buy all the lots, but that happened in H, and then they held it up, and then I opened, and then they went down to test H, and it didn't close it out. So that's what really had me assuming like either there's a big buyer here or they're backfilling to go higher. Because even on H and I, like seller stepped in on I, and then buyer literally came right back in exactly where he stepped in before. When
Hmm.
H tried to liquidate, it literally looked like a liquidate, like it happened like within a second. It happened so quick, but a buyer bought all of it. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I didn't see it, so I'm not sure to be honest.
It was really quick. It was like H was at 40 flat, and then immediately sold off to like the H appeared at 36, but price was at 38.50. But it happened so quick, like we didn't even see the 36. Like price was just at 38. I don't know if that's just because I'm on the MES or if it does that on the ES too.
I'm sure it was the same. Most likely. They trade really similar. All right, so there's our close. Basically, what we'll do here is just kind of a little bit of a recap, right? We really didn't get much. Another poor high, right? Underneath of Friday's poor high, kind of showing us that buyers really weren't willing to move higher here. You do get a bunch of short covering at the end of the day, but we don't really get buying above that 50, which is where we said that buyers needed to get in order to show some strength, right? So there were some opportunities to kind of trade both sides of the market today as we end on a fairly balanced day with this poor high. As far as tonight goes, right, we'll look to see if they kind of drifted up above that 50. I think an open above that 50 probably brings out short covering and can cause some upside. So I'll really be looking, if the market's going to be bullish, to kind of gap above this level going into tomorrow's session. If they're unable to do that, then I do kind of expect us to come back down and test this 30-ish area, which seemed to be a pretty responsive area, and where that buyer was at. Other than that, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan, and I will see you guys tomorrow.